Sound test. Sound test. Too loud. Sound test. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. So, good morning everybody. Quick sound check, please, just in case I'm too loud, too quiet. It is a little bit blowy here. Sounds blowier than it is. Sorry about that folks, still setting up. I just couldn't resist firing it up to check that it works. Okay, thanks Ken for confirming on the wind. I've got my windsock on. I can potentially tweak it down a bit. Let me just watch this one in. Like we have a collection of ITAs. It has ITAs. I'm just going to pull the camera out a minute. Despite having seemingly arrived with everything that I'd hoped to bring, I seem to have left my tablet easel in the hotel room, which means I'm kind of struggling for hands at the minute, so just bear with me. We'll open the show properly in a second. So let's just have a quick look. So from the very top, or as far as I can see on my chat window, morning Ken Alloway, Carl Shield, Quickening Cat, El Zorro, Margaret McKenna, Political Bias. Good morning my friend. There's Donaldson, how are you doing? Hope you're not working. Alibi 58. Let's have a look. Andy P, good morning to you. I've just spotted Ken's comment about tracking my flight. It was truly excellent. Good morning Jonathan Young. Oh, I flew Political Bias. KLM from Newcastle. Absolutely mint. So do bear with me a little bit. My tablet's going to have to rest on top of my broadcast box, which will be slightly harder for me to watch whilst panning the camera, but we'll manage. I won't make that mistake twice. So let's open the show officially should I say. Hello and welcome vanaf Amsterdam Schiphol Luchthaven, which might mean hello and welcome from Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. My apologies to the Dutch people for my lack of linguistic skills. I thought I'd give it a go. Now, as with Dublin, with me with the tripod, the travel tripod and fluid head are way more skittish than my standard setup. It's a good bit of kit, and of course to fit everything in walk-on luggage, it is a bit of a challenge. Can I snatch a couple of seconds in? Here, let's have a look. Probably not. It's fantastic, this place. I'm definitely with political bias on this. It is a superb location. I think I've cracked the case in terms of my perception that KLM pilots tend to maximise taxi speeds at UK airports. The distance from landing to the terminal here was about 20 minutes, and the guy was going at a reasonable clip. Fired a quick snap there, folks, so you may have got a stutter. Hopefully picture quality is good. I had a quick look through Flight Radar yesterday just to whet my appetite, and you know, like when I'm doing Newcastle or Edinburgh, I tend to say how many movements and all that malarkey, and obviously here it's a different scale, so I didn't, but there's plenty of good action. So thank you for joining us this morning. I'll do the formal intro in a minute. I've been attempted a very loose approximation of Midland Dutch, and when I say Midlands I mean UK Midlands. Right, let's just park that up while we wait the next one in. Nell W, good morning to you. So we have a trio of mods, I think, so far. Can Alloway, Alibi 58 and Nell W. So particular thanks to you three. Apologise if I've missed Dopey Gorp or Paul Denio. Carl Shield, good morning to you. I think I've said good morning, haven't I? Okay. Poll is not working. Oh my lord. Let's have a quick butchers. Why is it not working? In which case, don't think I've got any other levers I can press here. It thinks it's running, so I do apologise. So, having murdered the Dutch language and said my welcomes, so welcome from the world-renowned Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. I'm Mark, your host, for anyone who doesn't know me, and today's show started early, but we plan on running through till about 4 o'clock UK time, a little bit longer if there's something particularly juicy. Early impressions are extremely favourable. Done the shout out to our mods, also to a good friend of the show, Sandy. Sandeep, I hope you're watching. Sandy was absolutely mega for us in the week with some upgrades on our hardware that we've recently acquired. So as you can see, it works, and that's credit to Sandeep. I'll just pan for this and then I'll go back to my notes. I suppose, and when I say suppose, I don't mean it like I just made it sound, but it would be remiss. Quick shout out as well to my mum and dad, who tell me they might be tuning in this morning. So mum and dad, if you're watching, hi. Just make sure you hit the like button. When we get this plane down on the deck, I've got a little slide to show you all, which will give people a better perspective, those who aren't familiar with Schiphol Airport, in terms of the layout, etc., and indeed where I'm standing. I'll tell you what, the taxi fare was a bit of a gouge. Just as an aside, I thought I'd misunderstood something in terms of the exchange rates, but that's a different story for a different day. Bear with me. What will be appearing on your screen in a jiffy should be the schematic layout for Schiphol Airport. So today, landings are on the left hand side of the screen, the Polderbaan runway, 18 right, and I'm here at the spotting park here, short distance away from my hotel. So that's just to give you a sense of the airport with the 6 runways and where they all point, just for interest for anybody who is unfamiliar with the airport. As I say, I'll put my disclaimer in, folks, and don't think me rude, but I'm going to struggle to keep an eye on the chat in the way I usually do because of the distance between my tablet and the camera height. Unbelievable that I could have forgotten the most simple piece of equipment, but the good news is I've remembered the stuff that actually makes the show work. Thank you, Ken. I thought it's useful just to give people a sense of the scene, and that little blue dot was of course where I'm standing. Nell W, I'm falling in love with the Polderbaan. It's a great spot and signal strength seems reasonable, as long as I don't get throttled as I did in Dublin. Margaret McKenna, your daughter's a real star. Huge bouquet. Ah, good stuff. To be fair, I've sent my mother flowers, but I'm fairly certain that she'll not be describing them as a huge bouquet. Well, you can if you like, Mum. Jane Latter, how are you? How was your flight? Sorry I couldn't catch it. We never got the window for testing. Oh, I've just seen your note. So you had a good flight. When did you come back? Sunshine is lovely here at the minute, but showers was the forecast when I looked at 2:30 this morning. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit. I can imagine when it's a windy day here, it really is windy. I mean, it's well known that Holland is a very flat country, and airfields generally have that about them, don't they? But from a beautiful spring day, we've got some dark looking clouds, and I think it was a 30% possibility of showers. Ken, I'm taking your advice literally. I'm touching as fewer buttons as I can get away with. I had a quick canter through flight radar yesterday, and I'm sure there were some 747 freighters due on the roster for today. Hopefully they'll be actual arrivals. So folks, I've just managed to kick the tripod. Look like a cricketer. I haven't quite got used to my crease. The arc of pan, I've got a great spot, but I am having to move around quite a bit for the shot, which is great. It's a healthy problem to have. If I could just keep my clunking feet out from the tripod. Clyde Wotton, good morning to you. How's things? And I was looking at El Zorro's comment. Yeah, I think KLM long haul is a distinct novelty for me. I'm glad that's at least two of us. know, today, other than the usual queue at passport control, I'm getting a stamp in my passport for the first time in, I don't know, 30 odd years. Everything has literally run on rails. Flight went on time. Even at the airport, I found the hotel shuttle bus quite quickly. Only sat on that for 10 minutes before it departed. 15 minutes to the hotel. What's not to like? Staff let me have my room early, which I think in England would be pretty unusual. Obviously the room was unoccupied, but still great. There's Donaldson. Thanks on the like front, mate. To be honest, I forgot to plug the likes as well. Paul Usher, good morning to you, sir. Hope you're well and settling into the weekend. So I had a quick look to see what is scheduled during the start of the show, bearing in mind we've gone early. So between 10:15 and 11:15 UK time, I think we've got some Delta A330 action. So you'll enjoy the 330, Carl, even if I didn't manage to get it in the poll. Oversight on my part. You only get a limited number of choices. Chewy Dreamliners, KLM triples, Air Malta A320, which I quite like, and Turkish 777. And then looking on later today, we've got China Airways 747 freighter, a LATAM Cargo 767 freighter, Aero Mexico and Kenya Airways Dreamliners, a Singapore Airways 747 freighter, a Silkway 747 freighter, and a WestJet Dreamliner, in and amongst everything else. So it's a very popular spot. Do I spy an EasyJet? The tower in the background, or one of the towers.
Ik zie geen.
Hij komt zo weer, hij komt eraan.
We've got a little gap in traffic. Thank you, Ken. So that was we had the EasyJet A319 from Milan. Top work on the flight radar. Just out of curiosity, Eddie, if you're listening, are you able to get the pole up and running from your end? Handy if you can, but don't sweat it if you can't.
Kijk daar. Zie je die lichtjes? Wow. Ik maak filmen, Dien.
Now that man's got an even better spot than I've got. I'll have a scout tomorrow further down the track, see if I'm getting closer to wheels down. Today was all about avoiding all the unknown unknowns as far as you possibly can. Good stuff.
Hij is geland. Ja, jij bent wel zwaar. En hij is geland. Jij zeker ook weer.
Andy P, I'm not sure whether Eddie, as in my son, I don't know if he's in the chat. I'm only joking, I think he is. As I say, I'm a bit lost without my tablet easel. Iberia Express.
Jij. Humongous.
Yeah, I think at the end of the show I might take myself down the track, see if I can get some pictures for a thumbnail for tomorrow's show. As you know, I've had to use the same image twice on account of I haven't been here before. Sounds like the kids are loving it. Gallagher. How are you, my friend? Check the traffic out. No chance of me hiring a car here. Back-to-back action. Just how we like it. I have to agree with LW, the light at the far end of the runway, gorgeous. Right, so we've got a quick gap. Let's just check everything's working as it should be. Thank you, Ken. KLM in SkyTeam livery, E190 from Stuttgart. I've seen the 7.3 in that livery, but not the E190. It's a great place, this. LW. I hope you're wrong. You know, like Formula 1 teams practice pit stops and all that kind of malarkey. Well, in my spare bedroom yesterday, I'd got everything set up and just practicing how fast I can deal with the shower. The hardware's pretty much bulletproof, I think, he said. Just firing a quick couple of shots off, folks. For my souvenir scrapbook. Although I've got to come back here again. Check that out, folks. That's me firing off another shot. So, anybody that's just joined us, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, our Saturday show. This time overseas from Amsterdam Schiphol International Airport. So thank you for joining us. Ease into Saturday in style.
sekarang gini aja, jangan komen namanya aja. Sekarang kayak itu gimana? Sekarang tuh ada itu dia pro waktunya tahun 2008 kan 2009 karena kan kontennya karena
A300 from Madrid. Thanks, Ken. Let's get to it then. Has Eddie managed to fix the pole? Although I am rather ruining, including the A340. Personal whim, but it's not that great a number flying, is there? Ah, another beauty in my scrapbook. Bye. Thanks for confirmation, mate. Still broken. Oh man. I'll not bore you with the ins and outs of it, but obviously we're live streaming in a different way now, not using a laptop. So there's certain things you have to initiate in advance. And whereas I think this is the better way of doing it, I don't know why the pole hasn't fired. I tell you what we'll do, ignore the pole, we'll get it up for tomorrow. That seems the most sensible approach. Tomorrow, for those who enjoy an earlier start, I'm planning on starting early. Obviously, if you'd like a lie-in, carry on doing what you should do, to the road and all that. But I'm thinking with the heavy traffic that you tend to get early morning, particularly transatlantic, I'd give those who want to watch the opportunity. folks. I've just had something chime in my ear and I don't know what that means. I'll stay on the plane. Right, sorry, I'll have to quickly investigate in case I'm talking to myself. No, seems you're still there with me. Deborah Speller, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us.
Kalau ada panas masih ada dingin, kalau ada dingin masih ada udara. Kalau ada atas pasti ada bawah, pasti ada ada itu pasti ada.
I think where those two people are standing is where I'll be standing tomorrow, or very close to there. I don't think there's any wind changes forecast. Incredibly mild here. It's forecast around 12 degrees centigrade. Definitely feels at least that. So folks, that was just me and my clunking big head. I'll certainly not be forgetting my tablet easel tomorrow. I've just got too used to everything being in the same line of sight.
Iya, lu dapet cerita dari mana? Soalnya kalau misalkan, oh lu punya skenis tentang ini asli, lu pengen diskusi sama gua, atau lu pengen nanya karena lu pengen tahu, lu dengar dari seseorang atau itu cerita itu buat
have a bit of a gap. Catching back up on the chat. Thanks Quickening Cat for confirming you could hear me. Every so often you hear these little chimes and you think, that's not a good sound. Sorry Ken, I just got to your comment about the Embraer 195 from Newcastle. I was rather hoping that was my outgoing aircraft. Fingers crossed I get to go back on one tomorrow. Andy P, don't have your resolution on 360 mate. And thank you Ken, you're quite right. Please do give us your like. And if you're not already subscribed, please consider subscribing. It doesn't cost you anything and it definitely helps us grow. Now W, the sky is turning into KLM colour. I don't know, if I look over my shoulder, it's looking a lot greyer. Let's go with the blue.
Kenapa babi itu haram? Ya, babi itu binatang segala macam. Itu paham lu kalau mau nanya Islam, nanya Islam, tapi jangan agak debat sama gue, bilang gitu. Kalau lu bukan Islam, ya jangan, gue nggak pernah ini.
So,
itu karena ada satu orang dia bilang karena ada satu orang di Arab dia bilang nggak boleh. Terus orang percaya dia. Dia bilang dia ada bilang itu urusan dulu, bukan urusan gue.
I think unless I'm misreading the plane, next in will be an Airbus A320, Scandinavian Airlines from Oslo, I think. I'll leave the calling to Ken, but it's the first time my flight radars function properly. Ken, I still like Mr. Blue Sky. It's one of those really optimistic tunes. Whether it has a darker meaning that is entirely lost on me, I don't know. Margaret McKenna, raining in Newcastle. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I think you're right, Les, about the bridge. Although I'm just going to take myself further down the track and see what I could gain for want of 250 yards. I thought I'd take the bird in the hand. Taxi driver knew where this place was. I didn't fancy him dropping me off somewhere a little bit more rustic and finding I couldn't get a signal or something. Being paranoid of such disasters. Well, it's all very, very quiet. I had thought it was going to be the Scandinavian Airlines in first, but looking how it's lined up, in fact, it's the incoming Edinburgh flight. Now W, that 100 metres further from the left of the bridge, that's a kind of in my range really. So the next in is, as Ken confirms, the KLM 737 from Edinburgh. Deborah Speller, you've seen the yellow several times. Impressive. I've got visual now with our incoming 737. So there we are.
Pasti bikin masalah, pasti.
Oh ja, ja, kijk.
I did look at the Edinburgh flight as an alternative, but it turned out Newcastle was cheapest for me, and of course most convenient.
Maar ik wel je spullen denken.
Dan neem ik ook een spul.
Maar oma, je moet wel veel dingen. Maar ook je
Komt er nog een? Oh, ik zie je licht.
Nell, I've not seen the bird chasers or heard them yet. Saying that, I'm not seeing an awful lot of birds. Thank you, Ken. And Air Arabia, that's something new for us, or certainly for me. A320 from Tangiers,
Dat is die blauw, maar daar komt de
or Tangier more accurately.
geen blauw is.
nee, hè?
Bos dari awal tuh bos selalu pulang.
Ik denk ook.
Nee, wij zeggen rood. En jij, Mido, wat zeg jij? Zeg je ook rood of zeg je geel? Geel, oké, hij zegt geel. Wat zou het zijn? Vind je echt geel? Oh, kijk. Ik denk, oh, het is misschien wel geel.
There we are.
Kijk, hij komt. Hij komt beter. Ik ben het over.
Ik weet niet echt wat dat is.
Oh, dit lekker groen. Ja, paars.
Volgens mij is het een witte. Ja, het is een witte.
De witte?
Ja, hij gaat de andere kant op.
I think I might take a quick picture of this in my scrapbook as well.
Het is een witte.
Het is staart, het is staart.
Don't get this kind of plane in Newcastle very often, sadly.
Ja, het is een witte.
As I was saying earlier in the show, it's an awfully long taxi from here to the gates. I figured it about 20 minutes by the time we actually pulled up, and we weren't hanging around waiting for a stand or anything. So next up, thanks Ken, is a KLM Embraer 190 standard from Bremen.
Ja?
Good stuff, Ken.
Maandag zijn ze ook.
Kijk daar!
Waar?
Het vliegtuig die opkijkt.
Oh, daar.
Koekoek.
Ja. Ik werk dinsdag thuis, ik denk je helpen.
En dan neem ik ook wel een hele geheugen mee.
Moet je niet naar het kantoor?
Oké, ja.
Die gaat, dat
Kijk,
heeft
kijk, daar. Je weet, ja, ik heb gelijk. Het is ook de blauwe. Of zei jij dat nou? Die van het blauwe.
Nee,
Oh,
het was geen wedstrijd.
oh nee, het was er niet.
Maar het is wel blauw.
Ik wil hard niet meer gaan. Ja, maar die vleugels staan een beetje veel. Zo, zie je? Remmen.
The other standout feature here, in terms of what jumps out and grabs you, is on the taxi from the hotel to the spotting location. I was struck by it, the fact there was total absence of litter. Certainly nothing like the kind of journey that you might expect around Heathrow. And I say that with much sadness, because I've said on previous shows, my family's from that part of the world originally. But it often looks like someone's emptied their rubbish out in the street. Whereas here, not really. Very tidy.
Het is geen wedstrijd, maar ik denk dat het wel is. Kijk, die vleugels gaan helemaal zo. En die blauwe heeft de vleugels zo. En maar deze heeft de vleugels zo. Kijk maar. Ja, dat is het.
Looks like an easy jet of some sort. I'm sure Ken's shouting it in the chat.
Ja, zo een beetje zo, hè. Ja.
Good morning, Dopey Gorp. How are you, my friend?
Is het nou weer een blauwe?
Nee.
So, thanks Ken. Baby bus from Manchester.
Ja? Echt, hij is hier rood?
Ja? Ik doe het. Nee, ik denk dat
Al
hij...
die, in al
Nee,
die
ik
staan...
denk dat hij hoor.
Oh! Hé, je hebt gelijk, ik zie het. Hij is oranje. Tussen de koning. En ik zie er nog een in de weg aankomen. Een pootje.
Nou, dat schiet op.
Uit welk land zou deze komen? Kijk, in ieder vliegtuig zit er ook een net.
Ja.
Dat is wel Nederland.
Oh ja. Dat is dan een koning. Ja. Maar dat is er nog een. Kijk, hij staat bijna stil.
Dat kunnen we dat met
Joe, er komt een ander vliegtuig.
Kijk, die vogel daar in de lucht. Hier. Kijk, die vogel daar, heel stil.
Ja?
Oh nee,
We hebben geen pick-up terug naar.
hè?
Ik heb heel veel belegd.
Welke kleur is dat vliegtuig?
Nee.
Volgens mij is dat vliegtuig gevlogen.
Ik denk dat het de groene is.
Ik kreeg groene. Dit is witte.
Witte? Zijn dat ook weer zo groen? Witte?
Ah, our friends, Air France Hop. Not sure which flavour out of Embraer this is.
Nou.
Embraer 190. I'm going to stick my hat on it being standard. Should probably make it long range. I think these kids will be worn out when they get home.
Ja, het is een blauw. Ja. Ja joh, ik zie alvast zo ver weg dat ik een blauw heb. Dit is echt een blauw. Ik zie het blauw.
And the action keeps flowing.
Nog nou! Hè? Wat een drukte hier, joh.
Veel van die blauwe zijn elkaar.
I suppose I ought to think about checking what the power burn looks like, so we don't have any unpleasant surprises later in the show. Quick snatch at the chat.
En is het nou
Ik
weer een
zie
blauwe?
ik zie het wel, het is een blauwe.
Weer een blauwe. Blauw die wint gewoon. Het is echt winterblauw.
Oeh, dit is een blauwe. Ik zie hem van ver weg dat het een blauw is.
Oh, weer een blauw. Blauw, weer blauw. Het is nog geen wedstrijdje, maar er zijn wel heel veel blauwe, hè? Zie je niet? Dan zouden ze allemaal vandaag komen. Huh? Oh ja, maar dat is goed.
Dat vliegtuig heeft dat vliegtuig heeft
Schiphol makes my day.
Oh, kijk, kijk, kijk. Die is er nog één. Dit is maar één daarnaast.
Ja, die we gaan kijken.
Ja,
Gaan we daarna
en dat
lekker
is
naar
een
huis.
groene.
Thank you, Deborah. Quite a lot to fit in, isn't there, from a shot point of view?
Wat zou het zijn?
Gorgeous.
Vliegtuig.
Dopey Gorp, I'm entirely with you, mate. Got some queens in this stream. I don't know if any of those that are listed are actually shown as in the air at the minute. I know there's a Singapore freighter in around 4ish, and I think there's a couple others due in before then. Rainier, M. Buchel, good morning to you, my friend. Oops, cripes, I'm failing to multitask. Tell you what. Sorry about that, folks.
Dit is de laatste en het is weer een...
Ken, the battery change on the camcorder is going to be an early one today. Trying something different with the power setup. So basically I've gone with a small battery before I go to the bigger battery, and hopefully the small battery will be charged by then. Give us a bit of extra range at the back of the show, should we need it. Particularly if there's any 747 action pending. The new setup generally needs a lot less power, which gives us some extra flexibility. Hopefully we're keeping it on the road for a bit longer. Morning, Rainer. Hope's all good with you. If I remember correctly, you in Berlin? Well, wherever you are, hope the weather's okay.
Het is weer blauw.
Nee joh.
Volgens mij wel.
Ja, nog een. Het is alleen maar blauw voor die 5
Ja hoor.
Hè? Maar,
Ja hoor, het is een blauwe.
wat staat daar moet graden? Denk je dat ik ga dragen?
Ik weet het niet. Maar het is een blauwe.
Ja, dat gaan we niet zeggen. Dus wat dan moeten we dragen? Kijk uit met
I think this was the incomer from London City, was it not? In Braille 190. Sorry if it's been called, or even more sorry if I've called it incorrectly. So let's line up for the next one. So folks, I'm trying to go one-handed there. Let's go back. Sunshine in Berlin! Excellent. For the most part it's been reasonably sunny here, but I think with a 30% probability of precipitation we'll probably get tested with rain at some point. Certainly when I arrived you could see it had rained relatively recently. Well, Nell was asking about the bird patrol earlier. See some vehicle, perimeter vehicle, approaching my line of sight. You'll be seeing it in a minute. Whether it's actually scaring any birds. K1 it says on the side. There you go. Excellent, Ken Alloway, Icelandair 737 Max 8 from Reykjavik. Brilliant. Although I definitely would accept a 7.5. I might be wrong, but I think they're phasing those out, aren't they? Lovely. At the back of my head that we caught a Max 9 737 Iceland Air during the Glasgow show.
Ja, zo je volsmatige, wat is goed.
So what we got next, Ken? Ah, that is the bird patrol. Very good. Well, they're still looking for the birds, which I know doesn't sound quite right, but you know what I mean. So, good morning to anybody that has joined us recently. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation's live stream from Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're settling into Saturday in style. So we plan to be on air till around 4 o'clock-ish. Weather permitting. 30% probability of showers gives some possibility of doing something different, but hey ho, welcome to the show. Next weekend, well actually tomorrow, back here for more, 7 o'clock UK time, maybe it's a little bit earlier. Almost certainly earlier, unless it's going to rain. And then next weekend, Sunday, we'll be at Glasgow Airport for the return of the A380, so put that one in your diary. And on the Monday, we will be doing a weekday stream from Edinburgh International, so back to back action from north of the border. So I hope you'll be able to join us for that. Right, let's just get ourselves ready for the next one, which is far over on the horizon. They come in pretty quick, don't they? I've got to be honest, mate, and thank you for getting the pole fixed, by the way, whoever's done that one. Eddie, are you there? Anyway, back to El Zorro. Yeah, 340. I love the A340. Can't quite put my finger on it. Now Eddie's fixed the pole, I may be inclined towards registering a vote. All votes count on this channel. But like you, El Zorro, I do like the 350. especially the 350-1000. I know there's quite a few 330s scheduled to appear during our couple of days here. Delta tend to put 330s through here. So, if I remember correctly, this is the incoming flight from Leeds Bradford, Ken, is that correct? So I was visualising an A350-1000. You know what the most humbling part of this visit has been, really? The fact that virtually everybody I've met this end speaks good English, arguably better English than I manage. And of course, we managed to speak Dutch. Good morning, Andrew, NUFC. How's you, my friend? Oh, Zorro, I don't know how to tell you this, and this is a real failing on my part. I happened to catch the orange and blue KLM, unless there's more than one, when I was setting up. So I've taken a picture of it, but that's not really what you're watching the stream for. I do appreciate. I thought, blinking heck, that would have been a great one to open on. Can't win them all. Sorry, folks.
Kleine afzetmarkt, langskomen, dan brengen het wel een keer. Ja, dat is wel, dat houdt het eigenlijk, ook...
Yeah, and going back to my earlier comments, you know, if you think about it, typical UK experience away from the major hotels and travel terminus, you don't tend to find a lot of multilingual people. I mean, they're there, I don't doubt, but not in the same way. Everybody I've spoken to on this trip, even the guys on passport control were friendly. I was watching the lady in front of me being cleared, and when she finished, the guy gave her a very cheery wink. I thought, oh, aye. And then he processed me and gave me a very cheery wink. So, you know, kudos. Andrew at NUFC, good work done there, mate, with the beating of Forest. Simon Kirby's in the Lurkers Lounge. He may have a different view, but if we can't win games, those around us certainly need to lose theirs. And the trip itself, I was saying earlier, exemplary. I mean, KLM, excellent. Plane was comfortable, cleanest plane I've travelled on for a while. I'd put them in front of British Airways, to be honest. I mean, I've only flown BA once since the pandemic, and today's flight, in fact, was my third flight since the pandemic, so I'm hardly a frequent flyer. but truly exemplary. Now, I think you may be onto something there. Bicycles are turning up all over the place in my peripheral vision. The road next to the spotters park must be on some kind of cyclist route. Ken, yes, you enjoy your brew, mate. Stellar work. Seamless teamwork. Suddenly the sky looks quiet. Although, as Dopey Gorp has correctly called, we do have an incoming Dreamliner, a 787-10, in from LAX, the home of Kevin and Rudy, Peter and Josh, familiar to most of us in the AvGeek community. Jonathan, no, I don't. I thought about it during the coldest days of winter, probably should. I've got a bottle of water here which I'm taking sips out of, but obviously you're not really wanting to chug on it because you don't really want to have to use the facilities. Don't know if the stream works quite the same without, you know, me being on it, but also I can't leave the kit. Unfortunately, when I was getting used to where my feet move around the tripod, I managed to kick the water bottle. It's got like a layer of dust on the cap that I'm going to have to wipe off. Luckily I've got some anti-bac wipes in the front pocket, so it won't be that difficult to get rid of. Now this says battery change 11 minutes, so I tell you what team, I think Ken's gone for his brew. Oh no, Ken's here still. I'm going to go for battery change imminently. I'll shout it when we're ready. I mean, Ken's advice about not touching anything is entirely right, but we've only got 11 minutes and we might as well take the juice off now. So people, for the avoidance of doubt, you will lose the screen. It will come back depending on the level of slickness that I can apply. Either which way, I will be back. So bear with me. Right, I can hear myself. Hopefully you can see. I can see. I'll be panicking if you can't.
Oh ja, auto. Ja, oké. Dat zie je dat hij ingeloopt door je auto komt. Ja. Oh, zo. Ja.
Andrew NFC saw the Emirates, the new livery on, you might have been Twitter the other day. I think AvGeek Mel posted a picture. I think Emirates, or say retweeted, I think Emirates might have put something out asking what people think. Subtle evolution to me, but it's alright. So here we are on Dreamliner. Hell of a plane, isn't it, the 10? Some tired passengers on that one. Sorry folks, that's me managing to hit the tripod with my head. The panning handle basically sitting right above me and I'd not realised. It's always the trouble when you switch to kit that you're less familiar with. You get used to doing things more intuitively and then all your comfort zones disturbed. But I agree, I think it was El Zorro, in fact it might have been said by somebody else in the chat, I'm getting confused. It's great to see KLMs, you know, on heavies, you know, that livery. Newcastle and Edinburgh tends to be Embraers and 737s, which are still beautiful in their colours, but on a heavy. Right, so I'll watch this one down and then I'm going to put the battery on charge. All these lampposts in the way, just like shooting from the Renaissance, you know, from the car park there. Fire a quick snap off there. Right. Kevin Payne, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. Nell W, thank you very much for the boost for the channel. Please do hit the likes, folks, and of course subscribe. If you also, if you like it, why not subscribe? I'll have to watch this one back. Nell talks about the kid on the bike seat with the parents. Yeah, I do agree. You can't start early enough when it comes to teaching the love of aviation. So good morning to anyone that's joined us recently. Mark, the host for Plain Sailing Aviation. So welcome to the show. So let's get a bit of Dreamliner action in. This one being a 7879 on its way in from Atlanta, USA. How are you doing on the tiredness, index, Quitling Cat. I'm always impressed with your fortitude. I see some bikes there. They might be the ones Nell's on about. Right, I'm going to pop that battery on charge, so I'm just going to leave you fixed on the horizon. Do bear with me. An easy jet from somewhere. I'm sure it's been shouted in the chat. I wonder how we'll do for biz jets today. Now I've got my thing for biz jets. Just waiting for my Euro Millions win by my very own exec. I love a wheelie. Is he staying or is he going? Go on. David Payne. Yes, I wish we had the same kind of traffic levels at Newcastle. I mean, Newcastle's its own niche, but honestly, it's, as you can appreciate, it's been a real eye-opener. Oh dear. Simon Kirby. Looks like you've had a heavy night, my friend. If I've got Andrew NUFC correct in the chat, sounds like you dropped points last night. I'm sure we'll match you. Ken, that telescope will come in handy, mate, because you'll be able to give it me in a matter of time. Dopey Gorp's tracking Emirates. We've got an ETA on that. I presume it's an Emirates for here. Just going back through the chats. Good question, Dopey Gorp. Is Simon Kirby's plight self-inflicted? Quickening Cat, sorry if I've missed you. I was asking, wasn't I, how you were managing. Clearly time for bed. So thanks for joining us. Catch you next time out. Pretty heroic stuff when you think about the fact Quickening Cat lives in New Zealand. Just scrolling further back. Andrew NUFC. No, I didn't know. I've seen nothing about Humberside picking up Doncaster traffic. I mean, change does bring opportunity, doesn't it? And of course, Humberside is our next arrival. An Embraer 190 standard. So cool. Well, I've just got a good look now of the couple with their child on the back seat. Yeah, good day out that. Start them young. I think Eddie would certainly reflect that I walked the talk on that one. Right, spoiler alert. Just about to scoff something. Well, actually, I think I've missed the window, haven't I? Let's land this one and then I'll try to munch as quietly as I possibly can muster. Absolutely famished. Is this the Vueling A320 from Barcelona? I've seen it in the stack. Certainly looks like a Vueling. And so it is. I think I'll get the wrapper open this time and have a dart at it once this lands. Looks like a 737 of somebody's livery. Firing a couple of shots off, quite catching it I want. One more for luck. That's the one. So lined up and ready, quick bite to eat. Sorry folks. I literally dropped the wrapper in the bin as the wind caught it, so I just had to stretch off to get the wrapper back. Of course, miss this beauty land. Is this a livery change? I'm sure Correndon's artwork is a slightly different variation of the one that you can see here. Because we do get them at Newcastle summer season. So next in should be a lot Embraer 175 long range. Said that's slightly uncertain. 4 engines. I don't know what this is, but I know someone will have called it. Oh man. Getting up at 2:30 this morning is worth it for this moment. Not that it's not good to be with you all generally, folks, in terms of company and socialising, but oh man, some big heavy action. Sidecar Emirates Expo, if I'm much mistaken. This will be the plane you were tracking, don't forget, won't it? Destination Dubai. Just fired one off. Wind draft there. What did we try for? Just going to reposition it. Sent for the bird patrol. The birds have returned. So, following the Lord Mayor's show, well, do you know what? That's an excellent follow-up, isn't it? This is the WestJet Dreamliner. That might be tomorrow's thumbnail. I've seen WestJet in action last summer at Edinburgh. They were flying 737 Maxes, if I remember correctly, in terms of that route. I'm quite sure I fancied that level of journey myself on a Max. I'm going to pull off, there's too many faces in shot there. Ken Alloway, you're right mate, 380, then a 787. We're living the dream here. Oh, Eddie's in action with his emojis. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, I like the WestJet tail, Ken. I literally thought I'm going to have to take a picture of this because I quite fancy it for a thumbnail. Alibi 58. Let's have a look here. Aer Lingus A320 from Dublin next. Oh, that's interesting, Ken. WestJet used to fly an A310 from Glasgow to Halifax. So you find out all kinds of things on the show. I'm not joking, folks. This isn't quite the RVP in terms of lots of people. There's an awful lot of people here. I mean, this won't surprise you, Nell, will it? But, well, I mean, when I was prepping up for the show, we picked the Polder Barn because we thought it'd be the better bet for arrivals. There's another spotters park the other side of the airport, begins with B, but I can't remember how to pronounce it, so I'll not do that, having treated you to my holiday Dutch early in the show. And they've also got the panoramic terrace as well, haven't they? So I think plane spotting here is at an elevated level. I mean, the UK, you know, really could learn something from this. Let's face it, other than taking yourself down to Myrtle Avenue or some of the other little hot spots around the airport, Heathrow really undersells itself. It's quite hard work to spot there, I think. Here there's a number of options. I mean, any airport that boasts 6 runways probably need a few options. So Eddie, what else have we got on the emoji front? Eddie the editor. I'm intrigued. I knew you were working on emojis, because obviously we're looking at memberships and so forth. I didn't know we were trying them out. Great stuff. Yeah, Nell, I think you're right about the car. It is a car location, isn't it? I think the size of the airport kind of forces that. But I think I was saying earlier in the stream, I have driven abroad before, by the way, but it all looks a bit too fast and furious for me. Maybe that's my 57 years catching up with me, I don't know. I mean, just to give folks a flavour, let's just pan around. I think you've seen some of this in the background anyway. And everyone's tanking around. Now that's okay in a straight line, but then all these traffic intersections and so forth, and if you're not used to driving on the other side of the road, although I'm thinking Eddie might quite like doing the driving when we return. Alibi 58, thanks mate. Ryanair 737 in from Dublin next. So plenty of Irish action in this segment of play. Haha! Ken Alloway, you're right, there's a matter of scaling. I'll be honest, I had not craned closely enough to see the finer detail, but it sounds like I'd probably have to squint a bit. I know what Eddie's saying, quality counts, but yeah, I'm sure we'll be scaling him up. Ken's array of emojis. So here's our 737 from Dublin.
Tot daar staan.
Zo ver.
Wat zei je?
Naar de auto te zien.
Wat ik wil. Gewoon daar was.
Just as an aside, with the hotel being good enough to let me have the room when I got there, which was incredibly generous of them, up on the top floor, views absolutely astounding. Don't think I've got runway views, but in terms of panoramic type view of the airport campus, fantastic. So folks, this is me operating one-handed with the tablets.
Ging wat weggooien. Ja, dat vliegt daar.
Maar het is wel klein
Daar.
vliegtuig.
It's a decent lens that chap's got.
Kijk daar, vliegtuig. Daar. Ballenbak. Ga je staan? Mag wel, ga staan. Kan niet daar.
Let's go to the chat. Dopey Gorp says, fingers crossed, tracking a queen. ETA 1 hour 30 minutes. Brilliant stuff. Whose is that, Dopey Gorp? Right, scrolling back through the chat, so apologies if I've missed. Andy P, Frankfurt is the same, very spotter friendly. Yeah, Eddie and I went there pre-pandemic and we will be going back because I think there's more layers to Frankfurt than we saw, and we had a great time. So no W says, yeah, that's the highway from Rotterdam to Amsterdam. Yeah, traffic, like you say, straight line driving, I'll be alright with that. I think I can muster that. But decisions at junctions, cripes, I've just seen a trio of ducks that are literally, they follow the water course right under my nose. Shame they didn't appear on the camera, I don't think you have that. So, Ken's talking about the returning of folks on St Patrick's Day celebrations. Yeah, I hope they had plenty of that. Now W, been a pleasure to be in your company. So we'll not do anything silly, or not any more silly than normal. And yes please folks. So I've just looked, I've been a bit neglectful on count. 75 likes, so bearing down on the 100, so it'd be great if we could tip the 100 up. As I always say, it's like in cricket when you get the century. Looks like it is starting to rain here, so I may have to break off to just putting some plastic sheeting down. Just got a couple of fat spots on the back of my head. Right, Atlas Air 747, and of course that's the good thing about Amsterdam, or one of the many good things. It's a significant freight terminus, whichever way you want to look at it. So there's a number of freight movements that were listed, so hopefully some of those will turn up. Can't have too many 747s for me on the stream, to be honest. I can't decide whether stick or twist. So next in is a Qatari 777, thanks Alibi, 58. Right, I am going to start just preparing for rain. So, sorry if I sound slightly off axis. That's because I am. It's my first bag. Don't worry folks, I've not lost sight of the triple.
Ja, papa, kom.
I thought I'd better kind of protect the tablet very quickly. Work out with the other bits and pieces as we go.
Heb je een interview hier, papa?
There we go. So the hardware's all covered, and I'll probably look to bag the camera up if things get any worse than they are. Just as the hardware itself generates a fair amount of heat, the number of devices in play, and I like to give them the opportunity to keep cool, but I think keeping dry is the more important at the minute. So here's our incoming flight from Doha. Another gorgeous triple heaven.
Ik had het nou allemaal gezegd. Dit is Star Airways. Ik had een mooi plaatje maken.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be bagging up after this. Spots the size of 10p pieces. Not many, but enough to worry a lightweight like me. Just bear with me folks, a few more adjustments being made at this end. So, while I'm bagging up, not pointing the camera, welcome to the stream anyone that's joined us recently at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. I'm Mark, your host of Plain Sailing Aviation. Just preparing for an incoming shower. I do apologise, you're going to hear quite a bit of rustling. That was roughly what I had in mind. Of other adjustments. There we go. So you missed that one, but it's all for the greater good. Maybe the rain's coming in behind me. Transavia, I'm thinking. Maybe it's not, either air. Transavia. Just far enough for a couple of shots, folks. I'll have to hood up next. Keep the headphones right. Sorry folks, I'll have to do that. You'll have to forgive me people, at the minute I'm not able to see the chat. German wings. German Airways. Gonna have to wipe down a bit, folks. Shazad Gill, good afternoon, just seen you in the chat. Yeah, the rain's certainly not our friend at the minute, Andy Pete. However, hopefully it'll be a passing thing. Quite glad I did the battery change when I did. Wipe down, folks. Oh dear. Sorry about that, folks. A little bit distracted. Yep, Ken, I am definitely trying to do that. It's not getting any worse, so it's just a case of making sure the surplus water doesn't find a way in. So do forgive me, I'm not in the chat or with Flight Radar at the moment. I'll just try and keep things dry. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. There's a very kind gentleman next to me who has just put his brolly over me, which is dead helpful because the rain is driving in at the back. Is it going to rain for long?
Hopefully not. I will have a look at my my app. The funny thing is that my wife and we both have an app on the telephone, and her app is telling us that it's dry for the whole afternoon.
Oh, I like her app.
And my app is telling me that it's a little bit rainy.
Well, I think yours scores highest for accuracy.
I think so.
But I like your wife's app for optimism.
She said, my glass is always half full and your glass is always half empty.
Yeah, that's also true of my glass, to be fair. Ah, good stuff. Thank you very much.
Any particular you are filming?
Yeah, we're live streaming with YouTube. So this is Plain Sailing Aviation.
Okay.
So I'm Mark, the guy who runs it. Thanks so much for your help.
You're welcome. Hopefully it's still raining. But
If it doesn't get worse than this, I'd take that. In fact, this has eased off a little bit.
are you from the UK? Or
From the UK, yeah. Newcastle, that part. Although I'm not from there by birth, that's where I live at the minute.
You picked up a little bit accent, or not?
No, not at all.
No.
No. More sort of Leicester, that way on. That's where I'm from. So let's have a little book back in the chat. Yep, don't you go up, make sure those children get their dinner. It all works on food. Shazad Gill, what's up my friend? Have I missed something? KLM 681 when? I don't know my friend. I can't get into Flight Radar myself because I'm trying to keep things dry. So here we are at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Plain Sailing's second overseas trip. So hope you're enjoying the action. We've got a little pause at the minute. In fact, let's have a little dive into Flight Radar. See what looks like is happening next. Of course, it's timed out on me, just like you'd expect if you don't keep it fed. I'm impressed with the strength of signal here. So next incomer will be KLM. That will be a city hopper from Stockholm. So I'm guessing it's an Embraer of some flavour. Yep, an Embraer 195 E2. And we do like the E2 on this show. So incoming flights, stand by. I feel like the sun wants to come through somewhere there. I don't know where.
it's a little bit windy, so maybe the rain will pass soon.
Well, fingers crossed.
We come here now and then. We have two handicapped children and they like planes. So
planes.
It's always, I think everyone likes it.
I think I started watching planes at around 6-7 years of age in my grandparents' back garden. They live near Heathrow Airport, or they did.
Ah.
And I think once you gain that affinity, you never lose it.
No.
So that's really what's behind this YouTube channel. So I like plane spotting anyway, but the opportunity to share that with other people really is a pleasure. There's the E2, looking long and lovely. I know this will sound paradoxical, folks, but although it is raining still, I can see the sun through the clouds. So hopefully this won't be with us for too long. Right, let's get ourselves back in line. Sorry, my friend. Okay, pointer there, just a bit more wiping. Like one of those guys you see in the American movies doing the squeegees. But the rain certainly cleared the horizon of spotters. Right, let's put the camera in the right direction and then I'll rejoin you in the chat, folks.
Which channel was this on YouTube?
Plain Sailing Aviation.
Plain Sailing Aviation. Okay.
Oh, sorry, your name?
CEO. CEO.
CEO.
Yeah.
CEO, Mark. So pleased to meet you, my friend.
Nice to meet you. I will be back, but I have to check on the children.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah? Okay.
Nice to meet you, fella. Told you, everybody I've encountered on this trip, A, speak better English than me, and B, are so friendly. Jonathan Young, it's a good shout there, mate. 21 likes for the 100. Yes, please, folks. If you're enjoying the stream, please do give us your like. Ken always says that I shouldn't touch too many buttons, and need reminding, Ken.
Daniel, tak proszę. Daniel, tak proszę.
tablet's just gone all awry, so I was just looking at the chat, and then because I've altered the angle slightly, everything's moved. Anyway, that's my sob story done. Yeah, Ken, he's a very friendly gent. He's coming back, he says, so, you know, brilliant. Shezad, yes, only landings, mate. This runway, that's the action here. Airport is so big, you kind of have to choose which you're after. So we are landings. Although when I stream tomorrow, I'm going to move a bit further down, try and get a bit closer to where the wheels hit the ground. Thanks, Eddie. I see what Shezad is asking. So yeah, we're not doing takeoffs. I see what you mean. If you're travelling, I get it. So Alibi's got the kettle on, teapot. You know what? I think I'm going to have a quick draft of my tap water, well, mineral water. Just got to wipe the dirt off the cap when I kick the bottle over. I'm going to get one of those little webcams so that I can, now we've got the hardware, you can have a jolly good chortle at me when I'm out live streaming. It really is a sight to be beholden, and I don't mean in a Kevin and Rudy kind of way either. I can report solemnly that the rain seems to be easing and the cloud is definitely lifting, so all good. And thanks, Ken. An Embraer 190 from Aberdeen in next. Got visual, my friend. Brilliant. So I'm just going to dust down my tablet without switching it off is the ambition. All because I left my tablet easel back at the ranch. Sorry about the rustling, folks. Sounds like I'm having a snack, doesn't it? If only that was true. So here's our incoming Aberdeen flight. Yeah, one of the things I hadn't prepared for when I was drilling my wet weather contingency is the wind coming, the rain coming from behind. Because obviously that's slightly trickier, because that's the one bit you need to be able to see properly through your viewfinder. Seem to be holding their own there. If you suddenly lose me, you'll realise I've lost that battle, but for the minute things seem to be pretty acceptable. As soon as I can take this wretched bag off, the better. More action incoming. Not sure what, but I'm sure it's been called in the chat. What a belter. far enough for the shot. So. Nice leisurely exit.
Czy masz swoją ładunkę?
Na moim siedzeniu.
This is one of those locations. If I was spotting here in the summer, I'd be down here in the evening getting a Domino's or similar. As we say, all the pizzas are available. But you get the general idea.
Nie na parkingi, tylko na takie miejsce tam, gdzie auta nie dają parkować.
No, lepiej tak uważajcie.
Well, I suppose I better break off, just get ready for the next incomer. Give things a quick wipe down.
Weather will not change for the rest of the day, unfortunately.
This kind of thing. Well, do you know what? I'll have to make the best of it.
Yeah.
If it doesn't get heavier,
No, probably not.
sorry people, a little bit inattentive. It all gets a little bit trickier once the rain comes. So my Dutch friend Theo says, just checked on the weather app, he thinks that we're probably going to be stuck with this for the afternoon, which I hope not. If it doesn't get any worse, it's manageable. And it's quite warm. You wouldn't believe the layers that I brought with me. Veteran of Newcastle and Edinburgh. But it's a proper spring day here, inclusive of showers. Alright, while that peels off, I'm going to rest the camera and see what's what. Sounds like a character off Batman, doesn't it? Is it the Joker that makes that funny quack quack kind of noise? Whatever. $17 more likes for the 100. So if you're in the stream and you can lend a hand on that one, please do. Quitting Cat, I thought you'd turned in. The weather's kind of settled at a persistent drizzle now rather than anything too dramatic, which is excellent. So I figure, apologies if I'm doubling up on the chat, got British Airways, London Heathrow, I'm guessing it's a 320, guess badly it's a baby bus. I think that might be our next arrival, followed by the KLM Madrid 737. So that's all good. So we'll check how we're doing for battery power. Everything seems okay. How's the... Ooh, cripes, shouldn't have been there. How's the stream been, folks? No stuttering? Margaret McKenna, thanks for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Hope to catch you next time out. We are on tomorrow, if you've got time in your day for us. But either which way, thanks for supporting us. Ah, quickening cat, the midnight munchies. Fatal. I sometimes get that, you know, where I'm up at 3 o'clock and I'll have a bowl of cereal and then I'll repeat the feat when I get back up at 6, 7 o'clock. Where do the calories go, I ask? Thank you, Ali Bye. Like to keep a track on that side of things. I mean, the hardware changes should make things a lot more bulletproof, but I'm sort of thinking back to, do you remember Dublin? I had trouble in Dublin and I think that was throttling on my roaming, and there's a little bit of that, ooh, am I going to get throttled at Amsterdam? And thanks, yeah Ken, it is just me in the pictures. I mean, really what I need to do is lash out and get myself a little camera as well, one of those time delays. But yeah, that's the stuttering that's priced in. So thanks, mate. So let's just quickly consult some notes I have put together. So if anyone that's just joined us, I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. We are at the Polder Barn viewing park, watching the action in on runway 18R, one of 6 runways at the airport. Scale of things is just fantastic. Just a little bit of history really, and I was surprised by this, other people probably won't be. The airport itself is actually on the site of a former lake, the Haarlemmer Lake, which I suppose it's going to be testament to the Dutch people's renowned ingenuity for reclaiming land, that all of this was underwater, the lake being drained in 1852. Aerodrome established here in 1916, which were in a military aerodrome at the time, and was in military use till the 17th of May 1920 when the first commercial service landed, a KLM operated DH-16. No, I wasn't on that flight before somebody says it. De Havilland DH-16 operated by KLM from London. In terms of Schiphol and how the name has arisen, there's 2 or 3 different versions of this. The one that seems to get the most legendary status is the ship bit equals ship in our translation, and hull being grave, so clearly a nod to the former life of a lake here and the shipping that may have come to a sticky end or been scrapped on it. And whether that's correct or not, there are other versions of where the name comes from. The one thing that is taken as a certainty is that this is the site of a lake. So I thought we had a British Airways arrival coming in here, but it looks like he's gone round the other side. So I think our next arrival looks to be the Madrid KLM flight. While we're not doing very much of anything, I'm just pulling up on the screen for anyone that's just joined us since the start of the show the schematic of Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, just so you can see the configuration of the 6 runways. So we're filming from the one on the far left, the Polder Barn, operating at 18R today, so that's the direction things are at. The blue spot you see on the screen is about roughly where I'm at. There is another spotters park over the other side, which will be 27 arrivals, I think, a minute. Utiv Veldenbar, see, I can't even say it properly without no panache. So there's a couple of spots, but they're quite a long way apart. So I've shaken the dice on this one, particularly as the Polder Barn is nearest to my hotel. So that's that. Let's get back to the action. Well, waiting for the action, but we will rustle you some up. Well, I can report with much joy that the drizzle has stopped.
Indeed.
I'm not going to take the bag off yet. I want to see some sunshine before I do that. Right, so I've got eyes on with our incoming 737 operated by KLM in from Madrid. Departed 1 hour 52 minutes ago. What's like to be following that? An Air France, I'm going to say Embraer, but let's have a look. 190, yeah, an Embraer 190. We'll be following that one. Right, let's point the camera.
Right about the version of the name Schiphol is indeed used to be a lake.
When I read this up, I was absolutely fascinated because it doesn't seem possible.
But that's the reason it's so flat here. It used to be a lake. They put a dike around it, a large dike.
Ah, makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and then with windmills they wide it. And indeed, well, before that it was of course a lake, and it's called. This area Haarlem Meer. Meer is Dutch for lake. Haarlem is a city, so it's called after a city.
It really has to be seen to be believed.
Very rich in the 7th century, and a lot of people from Amsterdam making a lot of money want to invest it, and they invested it in the drying lakes.
Well, you guys are world leaders at reclaiming land, aren't you? Without pier.
I suppose so.
You really are. In the UK we just let it fall into the sea. We'll be a tiny island when we're done.
All this coastal areas with chalk.
You know what I am. Sorry about the rustling, folks. I really don't like the bag. It can always go back on if needed. You will experience a bit of rustling and probably the return of the rain. Yeah, a bit of a pause in play. So do forgive me, folks, my tablet's gone to sleep. Well, there's going to be my first problem. I've only got 42% of charging the tablet. So, how long have we been streaming? Oh, we might be okay. This is my sole connection with YouTube. Not YouTube, sorry, the chat. So Air France will be our next arrival. An Embraer A190, not A190, E190. Concentrate mark. Ooh, and something very juicy. Please come our way. It's probably been shouted in the chat. A LATAM, I think it's a 7.6 cargo conversion, but let's find out. 7.6 cargo conversion. So if you like your 7.6s, passenger or cargo, we are in a spot of luck. Carl Shield, the terminal, not really mate, a long way away. The scale of this place has been staggering. You know, that's why I put the schematic up, really, give you a bit of a sense of it, and even that doesn't do scale. We have more than one tower here. Ken says, do they switch runways? I'm not sure. When I did my research, this runway, the Polder Barn, is taken to be the one that's mainly in use, unless the wind triggered a different configuration for arrivals. But I don't know. I think I was watching Mac's stream from when he was here some months back, and I think he got hit by a runway switch. But we'll see. 90 likes up as well, 10 more. Come on folks, let's bring the 100 up. And if you're the one that turns it to 100, let's tell us in the chat. Oh yes, Alibi 58, you are quite right. This is plain sailing aviation, does have to be gifted. You bought your wife tulip bulbs and still have some growing in the garden. Well, do you know what? I've got a feeling, because I tend to do the gardening, she'll think I've bought gifts myself if I come back with bulbs. Although it is a really perennial idea, isn't it? Do you know what? Seriously, I had forgotten on that bit, which makes me sound like a terrible husband. But yeah. You're quite right. I always say Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation is the best friend this channel has. There's some great friends out there, but she's the one who kind of gives me the thumbs up for these kind of missions. Don't go home empty-handed. Or more accurately, I'd be squandering the opportunity for some brownie points to cash in on another foreign trip of some description. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Don't the Embraer cut a lovely clean line? Right, I'm not sure if it's gone to the other runway, but this might be our LATAM cargo conversion.
Ja, ik ga het al bijna landen. Twee wielen gaan erop. Niet je echte je sturen. Je stiefvader. Dus je echte vader. Ik kan het zien. Je echte vader.
Well, the numbers keep growing. This is definitely a popular place. You contrast this with, say, trying to plane spot at Heathrow, not Heathrow, sorry, East Midlands Airport, which used to be my local when I was down in Leicestershire. And it was a real pain to put your car anywhere. Never mind park up, there's a snack van here, toilets. Great views. So, sorry if I've missed anyone in the chat. Peter PDK, good afternoon to you, sir. Hope you're well. You're being treated kindly in all matters of the weekend. We're getting another E2 in, shouldn't we? From Stavanger. Here we go. 195 E2. So anyone that's joined the channel recently, good afternoon. I'm Mark, your host, Plain Sailing Aviation. So great to have you with us here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Weather here, we've not long had a decent shower, but otherwise has been pretty benign and it's very warm. So yeah, I've just clumped the tripod there with my big feet. So if folks like what they see, please do hit that like button, and better yet, subscribe and hit the notification bell so you can keep in touch with us with future broadcasts and community posts. Doesn't cost you anything, which is the great thing. Can't say that about many things these days, can you? And it does help us with YouTube massively. just fired off a quick snap. So sorry I've stuttered your screen. Ah, another EasyJet. They seem to have a decent presence here, don't they? Right, I am going to have a chug of water. Should we get this one past us? And then have a quick reckon up on the battery situation. I'm not joking, Eddie. I've just seen this. You've updated the thumbnail in show. Gee. I wish I could say you were a chip off the old block, but I couldn't have got to being that quick. And then you know that. That's okay. That's okay. Plenty of electric. That's good news. Don't worry folks, I will be back on camera before this next arrival gets close to landing. Just reaching for the wet ones so I can wet wipe so I can wipe my water bottle and sort of put it around the camera. I can't quite clumsy this. Menacing my own lifetime. Honestly, I kicked this and it went for a fair old distance and then it landed cap first in some fairly unappealing dirt. Anyway, that's that. A wheelie candidate, maybe, isn't it? First Lufthansa for the show. On the one hand I'm surprised, but then again we are pretty close to the German border anyway, certainly Frankfurt. At the chat. Eddie, I think you're right about the 380 special livery. I think we saw that one when we were at Heathrow last, but it was only a sort of fleeting glance as it was taxiing out to take off, so we didn't actually get it in the air as part of the show. Ali Boy, I'm loving that Eddie emoji. Excellent. 3 more likes to the ton. Come on, folks. There must be 3 people who like what they see. Maybe it's not the exact thing you can see at the minute, but you know, we will bring you more action. We strive to do that. Thanks for confirming, Ken. Yes, first lofty in the stream. I'm going to look in the meantime how to reduce the energy consumption at my tablets down to 36%. So what can we do in settings? Let's have a look. Failed with that initial mission. Just trying to find a way of dialing down my screen. Here we go, found
Jungle Plane Aviation. Maar ik weet toch van papa's oude auto's. Weet ik nog wat eerder mag worden. Oké.
Ik krijg Schiphol geweest. Oh, ik krijg ook een keer 5 uit.
So how are we doing with the in-stream poll, I ask? For some reason I can't see it properly on my tablet. Which isn't great, is it? There we go. So, looks like the A350 is out front, a healthy 44%, playing the A340 at 21%, tied with the 330. Nip and tuck, others at 15. Yeah, unfortunately, you only get 4 choices. Because I would have liked to got the Wookiee on there. Like a tap. I'm not sure if it is. I'm sure it's been shouted in the chat. Sorry, folks. See you, my friend.
See you.
In terms of tomorrow's show, as advertised at the minute, I think it's 7 o'clock UK time, but weather permitting and movements of an enticing enough nature, we will look to start a bit earlier so I can get a taxi organised. So hopefully the early risers amongst you will be able to join us. Just looking in the chat, Dopey Gorp says the orange Pride livery just taking off. Yeah, it'd be well outside my line of sight, mate. I think that must have been the one I saw when I was setting up. PB, yeah, those early risers. And Carl, you're quite right. Sunday is Mother's Day. Mum, if you're still watching, I hope you've got your flowers. Yes, Mother's Day should be observed with religious fervour, really. Eddie, I hope you've got things organised. $99 likes. One more like for 100. Who's going to claim it? It's up for grabs. While you ponder that question, let's have a look at this. How's the holiday going, PB? Has the weather been kind to you? So next arrival should be a KLM 737 from Vienna, if I caught that correctly in my line of sight. I'm just going to rebalance the tripod, folks. Do bear with me. So I have no earthly clue which this is, what it is. So hopefully it's been called in the chat by the Ace Mod team. Mods like no other. Totally peerless. That's better. Tell you what was nice about the KLM flights, only a 50-minute or thereabouts, 55 minutes, and you had a choice of tea, coffee, Coke, water, a rather delicious oatmeal cookie. Hope Mrs. Plain Saving Aviation isn't listening to that. Delicious though, truly delicious. I think when I flew BA to Heathrow, which is a flight of comparable duration, I got a little bottle of water, which wouldn't have been enough to have bathed a sparrow. I mean, the flight itself was okay, but it's just interesting when you compare the offer between flag carriers. I mean, you pay for it all one way or the other, I suppose, but pricing was pretty comparable as I remember.
Mooi, ook de airport erin. Dus dat is ook weer een beetje...
from Liberia. 787. How graceful is that? Now, I'm sure it's been called in the chat. I could be hallucinating. Yeah, something with 4 engines is on its way in. No time to dally. Is this the Queen that Dopey Gort was on about? You have to get a picture of this. Atlas Air. Weren't these the people that took delivery of that last 747 freighter? I'm certain it was. Oh man. I'd have come here just to see this. Promise no more photos. What a sight for sore eyes. Oh well, Wookie alert! Checking out the Wookie from one extreme to another. Well, not extreme, but I think this is our first 220 of the day, Swiss Air. Also our first Swiss appearance. It's like someone's in all my favourite planes. Aviation. Must be past that before. Ready for the next? Blokes on bikes are returning along with the sunshine. I think other than Edelweiss, my declared preference for that airline on its livery, well known on this chat, I think that is followed by KLM in my mind as one of those sunny, optimistic liveries. KLM being way simpler, but I don't know, the plane just looks like it's smiling at me. And of course that blue, the KLM blue, really catches the sun a treat, isn't it? Airlines. Really snuck in under my radar, that one. Ken, that was very close to a telescope moment. Wind's picking up again. It's not a windy day, but every so often we're getting a pretty stellar breeze. Right, so a quick chug of water. Badly needed. Folks, I'm just having a quick nosy at something. An eye for the sun for my pain. Right. Looks like we've got a small pause in play. Mark at North Sky. Good afternoon to you, my friend. Just seen you in the chat. Let me just go back a bit. I'm clearly PB. Am I scaring the children? Not intentionally. I'm now wondering about that. Ali, how you doing, buddy? I just say sorry I've not been in the chat. So do apologise if I've missed anything. Because I'd forgotten my easel for my tablet, it's just too far away from the camera. Ah yes, I'm liking that one, Eddie. Editor Eddie. Just caught up with your emoji, which I'm guessing is plane of the day. I like that. I've got to be honest, 7-4's up there for me as well. Alibi 58, beware the cookies in Amsterdam. Now that's not a gang, is it? We are talking about the snack, but we're falling foul of the local crime scene. As for the cookies of Amsterdam, they might be worthy of investigation. Political bias, sorry mate, dear, the weather's not been any good for you. Such a beautiful part of the world as well. But you know what they say, change is as good as the rest. Dopey Gore, thanks for deploying that telescope. I think I'm nearly caught up. Yeah, it is quite busy, isn't it, the Edelweiss livery, but I like it, Ken. It's so optimistic, so vibrant. So I reckon, as the last I looked, we're operating a 340. It's almost like one of my fantasy flights. Edelweiss 340. Not sure where they operate it. I've just been reckoning up. We should be good to make the planned end of 4 o'clock today. So, you know, I was saying earlier I thought we might run out of juice on the tablets, but I think we might have a sniff of 4 o'clock. So the breeze is starting to move my tripod. It's only one of these lightweight travel tripods, so there's no real heft to it. You can add a bit of weight to it, but not much. Kind of imagining what it would be like on a genuinely windy day. North Sky? Very much, mate. It's been an absolutely stellar day thus far. Bit of a shower. Hopefully the last, but you never know. The forecast was a bit mixed this afternoon, but everything's run on rails. Flight over was lovely. Getting to the hotel was great. They let me have the room really early, so I've not been stuck with my luggage or any of those kind of things. And as a first timer here, I've been totally blown away by the place, to be honest. It's what you want, isn't it, from a trip? See something new, be impressed. Wondering what to have for tea tonight, what to wash it down with. Arrival. I better have a quick check on power after this. There's Donaldson. Sounds like you're sorted, mate, on the refreshment front. I'd had a glass of iron brew for years. Used to love it as a kid. Days of dandelion and burdock. Power check as promised. my excitement, and I've been going on about it. We've passed the 100 likes, so thank you everybody that's made that happen. Les, there's enough KLM here, mate, to go round. Don't worry, we'll indulge you. So it looks like we've got a slight pause in traffic.
Ja, dat kan niet echt maar rijden. Dat kan niet steeds voor rijden te zitten.
So I make our next arrival. An incoming Geneva flight operated by EasyJet. Fancy that. An A320.
Nee, gewoon best een beetje pauze, ja. Zij komen er al uit.
However, just looking onto the chunkier picture, I'm sure this has been shouted in the chat, we have an Emirates triple. Be a cargo, I think. Yeah, Sky Cargo on its way in. So, looking good. So we're into the last hour and a half of the show. Ish. Be less possibly. I've got 21% on the tablet, so who knows. Yeah, don't forget, we need a bit of love from the aviation gods, always. And they're so ruthless, aren't they? They really are. So, could somebody just have a quick butchers for me in terms of, have we got any 7.4s incoming between now and 4 o'clock, do we think? I know there's a Singapore 7.4 that was listed, might be shortly after 4 o'clock. Fantastic to catch him. Down in front. Considering, or my perception is that this is, like all principal airports, fairly expensive to operate from, I'm surprised we see as many EasyJet flights as we do. Very decent cut into the shot. Saying earlier in the show, it is such a long way taxi wise from this runway, the Polderbahn, over to the main terminal. I made it about 20 minutes, so no wonder KLM pilots have this habit of zooming along. I think I was saying on the Newcastle show last week that the maximum taxi speed there is 15 miles an hour, and I swear to God, as I taxied out this morning, that was the fastest 15 miles an hour I've ever felt. I'd like to have filmed myself. Mark at North Sky, you could have obliged me, mate, couldn't you? Could have made a short out on me. Some people say I'm suited by the short format. Less is more and all that. Right, better get the camera around before I get myself onto a telescope. I've already picked up one today. I am not having 3. Teed up there. Dopey Gulp, you're okay to mention whatever it is, that's okay. I don't think there's an etiquette issue, especially if they're not streaming at the same time. What is it? Because I want to watch it. Although to be honest, I think when I hit the hay, I'll be out. Unaccustomed as I am to getting up at 2:30 in the morning. I don't need a lot of beauty sleep. In fact, you might say with some justification, I clearly need some beauty sleep. But 2:30 was a bit lively. The heat haze. Balance for the moment there. The position I've got, I'm in a nice little corner with a decent perspective, but the wind definitely travels down this side. Bit of a wind trap. Rather large channel. Oh, very good. Yeah, get the wig. In which case, I'm going to be checking out the big jet action. I don't think Jerry's losing much sleep over the outputs of plain sailing aviation. terms of me losing any sleep, I mean, we're small fish, small beer. Friendly small beer, but we know where we sit in the food chain. I think I'll check some of that out myself. Unless it's members only. Which I'm now suspecting it is. Well, there's a heavy of some ilk coming in. I'm fancying a triple. Excuse the sniff, folks. The beauty. So, good afternoon, anyone that's joined us recently. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation's live stream from Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Here for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Should be on air today till about 4 o'clock. Maybe it's a little bit sooner depending on battery usage. So thank you for joining us, and as always, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button, and if you're not already subscribed, please do consider subscribing. It's all free and it helps us massively with YouTube, and of course if you already are subscribed, thank you so much. And I think it's timely as well just to offer a shout out to our fabulous mods who've kept the show ticking along. Ken Alloway, Alibi58, and Dopey Gort, Nell W earlier. We've got some decent run time in today, and there's a chunky bit of commitment there. Oh dear, and I've been fixating on this. Let me show you the telescope of the show. Dopey Gort, you may want to award it, but if not, Ken will jump in. So, this is what you could have seen landing. Anyway, I want to see where my telescope is, so let's just line up for the next one. Have a quick jump. Thank you, Ken. It will be treasured. Margaret McKenna, welcome back. me, I'm having a mare. That's me hat trick. Sorry folks. I'm going to be a bit more disciplined. Get a little bit of tiredness crept in there. But that's my hat trick. So that looks very much like a Dreamliner at a distance. There was a couple that caught my eye. Aero Mexico have got one coming in, which we might not get to capture. I'm not sure for the show. I'm not sure about times on that. Kenya Airways. Those chaps don't seem too fussed, do they? Seen it all before. Kenya. So it is. Ken, I will treasure that trophy. It's been hard earned.
Ik zie op de volgende achter links mijn boot.
Work very hard at this level of incompetence. So, what have we got? KLM incoming from Warsaw. Warsaw.
Ik zag je natuurlijk. Nee, deze ook.
737 action.
Nee, alsjeblieft.
I think what we'll do tomorrow, we'll have a game of KLM bingo in terms of the KLM fleet by type. Should have a reasonable prospect of hitting off most of it. Fourth telescope today, so let's get lined up. You're too kind, mate.
Ja.
To be fair, I'm having the time of my life. And the kit's played nicely. It's always nice when you bring in upgrades and they have the desired effect. In fact, to be honest, once we get to grips with the potential of the hardware, it's going to open up some interesting aspects to our broadcasts. Right, just we wait for the next finals. Perusing flight radar, so we're looking at an incoming Vueling Barcelona, but there's a KLM triple which I think will be 3 out, assuming it doesn't go down the other side. Vueling for now. forecasting. Let's face it, I'm due. Guayaquil. Final call for Guayaquil or somewhere similar. Somebody educate me and tell me roughly where Guayaquil is. Something new every day. Know that. Carl Shield, welcome back, buddy. Hope all is good. So next incomer, KLM, or KLM bingo, Budapest. 737. I'm so going to check their spot out. Up and Embraer 190 from Bologna. bird patrol?
Dat is de dat is de 77. Hij doet een soort van geland.
Back to the action. Bird patrol again. Probably chasing the same ones. Good afternoon, Kenji. How you doing, my friend? Right, let's have a bit of triple action. We've done well on the triples today, haven't we? KLM from Lima. Somewhere I've always fancied going. More of curiosity. Forget about filming people. Pretty busy down here now, folks. Said that a few times during the broadcast. 8% left on my tablets, so let's see what's on my phone. If I can see the chat well enough on the mobile, then the tablets we can live without. Good news is, we're already dependent on the tablet.
Over.
Next arrival. 175 Embraer from Finland. I've probably forgotten, but I think it might be the first Embraer 175 of the show. Either which way, a lovely sight. Just going to Kenji's comment in the chat. Sorry if the conversation had moved on in terms of the spot. So this is the Polderbarn Visitors Park. Pretty good setup. Acres of space. Some large snack type caravan. Loads of parking. They really have done it well. And the amount of children's voices you hear down here just shows it's a great family place to be. Chewy Max 8. Out front in our Airbus poll, 47%. I think as we enter the last hour of the show, I think we're going to call that 350. Can't wait to see what's listed for the early arrivals tomorrow. There's quite a few 330s today. Phase of play. We'll be on air 7 o'clock UK time, probably a little bit earlier. We'll put a community post out in confirmation. An early bird special. Hoping there's a nice cream bun here. Sounds like just something to do at the end of the show. Team special. Like my tablet's died, so I'm out of flight radar now, folks. Should be okay to be in the chat. Somebody's Dreamliner, I'm thinking. Mexico, perhaps? Mexico it is. The telescope moment, Ken. I was trying to select YouTube and ended up with YouTube music. I did not want that. Carl Shield, you're dead right, mate. There is quite a decent sized catering van. I'd show you with the camera, but I'd probably be annoying people that are standing in view. Daniel Jaeger, yeah, different view, mate. I mean, there's a lot of coverage of Amsterdam Schiphol. Sport choice, really. Oh my lord. That's a fourth telescope. Shameful. Truly shameful. Still, you get the general idea. Let's get back to the sharp end. It's a shame, really, we're just here for the overnight. I would have quite liked to have tried a couple more options, just to enhance my knowledge of the airport, to be honest. Great British Airways, isn't it? Sorry folks, camera went wayward there. I was just, there's a few distractions at this end. I was just checking I wasn't going to stand on anybody. It's not a great look for the channel. Child zooming around. Oh crikey, if I stand on the poor kid, this will not be well received. Getting a bit more like the RVP now. Snap it and again. Just checking, Eddie. Are you still in the chat? So I'm entirely reliant on the mobile phone now, which is not quite as dexterous, having to keep rooting around in my pocket. Carl Shield, I'll definitely take you up on that. We shall be back in Dublin, no question. Last time I was there, I had a Guinness on the way back at the airport, and gorgeous. I suppose, staying in the spirit of local drinks, I'll have to find a nice Dutch lager for tonight. Not particularly a lager drinker, but you know what they say about when in Rome and all that. Right, I'm just going to let that one roll past, folks, while I have a quick look see in the chat. it, the pole was taking up virtually all of the screen on my phone, which was kind of making it difficult to catch up on the chart. So sorry folks that I've been a bit of an absentee host. So catching back up, Dopigal, calling next arrival KLM E190 from Gothenburg. Thank you, Margaret. Your kind words always bring a smile. There's a Ryanair I spy. I think that might be the first we've seen on today's show. It's not often you say that, is it, on a live stream? Check on the chat while I'm doing that. Something different, a different form of aviation. LW, welcome back. Yes, the weather has actually done alright. Didn't bring any sun cream, and I bet you I look like I need it. Not complaining. The Wheelie King. Ah, Ken Holloway. That's a coot, is it? Seems to have a few more feathers than I would have imagined a coot would have. So we've got finals for Transavia 737. Oh, the wind really does want to blow the camera around. Catching up on the bird watch. So Nell W pitching in with Ken on the coot, or water coot in Dutch. Didn't realise they didn't fly. yeah, I'm very familiar. Oh, sorry, I don't want to block anyone here. Nearly blocks. I'm a menace with this phone. Yeah, I know what you're saying about the coot, Ken. Expecting something that perhaps looked like a plucked turkey. A water coot. Oh, they're coming in fast and furious. 2 KLMs. So, quick question, folks. Anything heavy that's likely to come in that sort of 4 o'clock, 4:30 window? I'd do overtime for a 747 for 380, no question. Alibi 58, thanks mate, very timely prompt. So yes, on the channel, details of next broadcasts are all there. So tomorrow we're published to start at 7 o'clock UK time, 8 o'clock Central European time, but as I was saying earlier on, I'm expecting we'll probably go for an earlier start if there's some good heavies, which there almost certainly will be. The only other variables being the weather and my ability to secure a taxi, which should be straightforward. Well, thanks for the heads up, Kenji. Not sure what's occurring there. The link looks right. Either which way, you can count on the fact that we will be streaming tomorrow early enough, 7 o'clock, like I say, probably nearer 6 o'clock UK time. Carl Shield, yeah, I'm going to get the taxi we'll get the hotel to book the taxi. To be fair, the staff at the hotel absolutely spot on, looking for too much trouble. Excellent. We're working with a link. Good stuff. Ken says KLM all the way and no heavies. Okay, we will run up at 4 o'clock as advertised. Keep a powder dry for tomorrow. So what's coming up next, apart from here tomorrow? Following weekend, on Sunday, we're at Glasgow International Airport for the return of the Emirates A380. So hoping you can join us for that. And the following day we move on down the M8 to Edinburgh. We're streaming from there Monday, bit of midweek action for you. So all good. And actually I'm forgetting, we're actually at Newcastle on the Saturday as well. So there's 3 consecutives, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, all weather permitting. Yeah, thanks Dopey Gore. I think we'll bring things to its natural conclusion. So, what we got coming in? 737 KLM from Manchester. Yes, Dopey Gulps, part of the world. To be honest, just looking at the chat, Carl Shield, I always say 4-star, you can't go far wrong, can you? Although I don't think I'm 4-star on this gig, although it looked pretty tidy. One of these Moxies. Say the view's absolutely stellar. Staff seem to be super helpful. Okay, next up, the KLM E190 from Birmingham, 45-minute flight. Little more than a bus journey, is it? Kenji, don't worry mate, I'm sure we can rustle up a 737 between now and the end of the show. sure we can get a 737 for you in KLM colours. At least we'll duck another battery change on the camera. Looks like we'll just have enough. Yeah, Alibi. It's an interesting feature, isn't it? The absence of turboprop action so far. I mean, Heathrow, you don't get many. I suppose with Flybe no longer operating there, fewer still. You do get that every now and again. So, another KLM of the 175 variety arriving from Inverness, 1 hour 7-minute flight. Thank you, Dopey Gore. Patrol. Looking for our water coot. They rear mate, although they don't fly. I suppose they're too much of a problem. Ken. Coots prefer to run on water. It's sort of Jose Mourinho, sort of walking on water. Thanks Alibi 58, Aer Lingus A320 in next. But we'll have to look out, Nell, for the Falcon Havoc. Sky looks fairly vacant behind. I've not got flight radar in front of me. Unless there's something imminent behind this or something of interest that merits sticking on for another 10 or 15, and I think we said it's pretty much a short haul KLM fest for the foreseeable. It might be a judicious moment to finish a little bit earlier than advertised if folks are okay with that. Throw ourselves into tomorrow. Those of you who are able to join us, we'll be streaming till 12 o'clock UK time, 1 o'clock Central European time. So I can see something twinkling in the distance, but unless it's a 737 for Ken G, in which case we'll stick around for it. I know, Ken, that's me being like tongue-in-cheek. It's a variation on the old, every other plane's a KLM here. So yeah, see you, Carl Shield. See you tomorrow, hopefully. So what's on approach at the minute, folks? The KLM, won't it, of course, 737. Cue. I've got the bird patroller firing some shots off. Fell over there, folks. Trying to be too nosy. Okay, in which case let's call it, because there'll always be another plane in the sky here. So let's just show around. Hi everybody, so thank you so much for some great support during today's show, really is appreciated. A special thanks to our moderators who have put some serious shift work in. So Ken Alloway, Dopey Gorp, Alibi 58 and Nell W, thank you so much. The show doesn't work the same without the mods. You make the chat sing, and thank you so much for that. It's been a really enjoyable day here, and I'm really appreciative for the support that we've had, so thank you so much. So look out for a community post later. As soon as I've had a chance to get back to the hotel, have a bite to eat, and have a quick look at the flight radar listings for tomorrow, I'll have a better idea of exactly what time. But the default setting is 7 o'clock UK time, 8 o'clock Central European time. So thank you everybody, have a great Saturday evening, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take care, bye now. If you're still there, I've just seen the super chat land. Ken, thank you so much. Really appreciate that, mate. You're a total friend of the channel. What can I say? There's rendered speechless as always, which is probably the best way for me to finish. Thanks, mate. I'm going to put that to very good work in the next 10 minutes. John Tarrant, just seen you as well. Sorry I've not said hi in the chat. Thanks for your kind support. So I'm all over the place here. I've closed down and now I've opened it up. So no, thank you very much. Cheers, Ken, and thanks everybody. See you tomorrow.